Hold on one second. Hello, hello, and welcome back. Hey, Glue Bar, how you doing tonight? So I had like a bunch of stuff I wanted to talk about from the last 2 days, but OBS had an update like right when I was about to start streaming, and I was like, okay, cool, I can do a quick update. Doing all right? Nice to hear. Glad you're doing good. Normally OBS updates, you know, they're a little like annoying. You have to kind of like re toggle a bunch of stuff. This wiped like every one of my settings. I had to log back into my Twitch account to like stream through, and then even after I logged in OBS to my Twitch account, the stream chat that I use to like read chat while I stream didn't work. I had to log in again separately on that. Oh my god. And then like the emotes weren't working, so I had to like re-enable all of those in the settings. Oh, it's so I do not understand how OBS does not save settings between some of its updates. I guess maybe the major update, because it doesn't always happen. I guess maybe it's like every major version change, because I think this is like version 31 or something, and the last one was like version 30.9. God, that was just awful. But other than that annoyance, like right before stream started, the past few days have been pretty cool. So the first thing is that we've had another like cold spike where I live. So like still unseasonably cold, but like during the day it's warm. So it'll get to like 70 degrees in the day, then at night it's like 50 degrees. And that like differential is so bad that like I don't want to turn on the heating, because if I turn on the heating, then during the day I'm like boiling alive. If I turn on the AC in the house at night, I'm like freezing to death. So I'm just trying to like keep the house at like a regular temperature. And like I can do that, but that does mean that like I'm at that like annoying temperature where like you're not actually cold, but you're not warm either. And I've talked about this with like a bunch of people before, and like I don't know if this is a me thing or if like some people just don't get this feeling, because I guess it probably has to do with like how well your body processes and like endothermy and like homeostasis and all that kind of stuff. Because like I normally have a very hot body. Like my medical records are on record as saying like, oh, temperature is normally like 1 to 2 degrees above like the normal 91-degree human body average. So like I do burn hot and I enjoy being like warm as possible. I will like put a blanket over myself in the middle of summer, like while I'm watching TV, to be like, ooh, I'm nice and cozy. But especially in this time of year, well, not even really this time of year, because again, it's unseasonably cold, but back a like couple months when it was more towards the like median cold days, I do often run into this feeling of like, I am not cold. I am not like cold enough to put on like a jacket or like wool socks or like long pants or anything, but I'm not warm. And like, I'm okay with that until I like eat warm food or like have a cup of hot chocolate or like get into the shower and have like a nice warm shower. And then like you feel the differential, like the cold seep out of your body as you're like, oh, like now I'm properly warm. Like I am now like every bone in my every muscle in my body is now like, ah, yes, we no longer are like subtly shivering. And like that's been every day. You know what I mean? Yeah, like just this like, oh, I didn't realize I was cold until my body temperature like rose 2 or 3 degrees, and it just like felt so much better in my soul. Like, I think my siblings would understand this if they weren't just cold. My siblings cannot maintain body temperature. It'll be like a 70-degree day in the sunshine. I'll be in like short sleeves and like shorts, and they'll be like, "Ooh, it's kind of cold outside. I need to get like mittens." And I'm like, "What?" Like, me and my dad are outside sweating, and you need mittens? What the heck's going on? So like, they are just always cold baseline. They do not have this like experience of being perfectly warm some days in the middle of the summer. They are lizards with no ability to regulate their own body temperature. Anyway, so that's been like every day when I get home, I have to like make myself some warm soup or like take a warm shower, because I just need to like steam myself and reset the body temperature. Other things that have been going on. So yesterday was St. Patrick's Day, and two very funny things happened. So the first was that my parents went on vacation. Like, they're now on a 2-week trip. So I had to turn off the little electronic birdhouse in my yard, because kind of no matter what my mom does, it will send notifications to her phone. Like, we got it off Temu. She can't really like finagle the app that it uses very well. So she was like, "Hey, can you just like unplug this, turn it off, so that it's not gonna like send me mobile messages and like eat up my data and like get roaming charges and stuff." So like, yeah, sure. So I go to turn it off, and I like unhook the camera, like do all that kind of stuff that I think turns it off. And like 10 minutes later, I get a notification, "Hey, that didn't turn off. Also, you're not wearing any green." Because on, even though it's like an electronic birdhouse, when it sees like people, it is set up to be like, "Oh, there is someone loitering around your house. Be careful of suspicious activity." Because like, even though it's supposed to be kind of a bird feeder, like looking at birds and stuff, it is also kind of like a nanny cam to be like, "Oh, look at who's been at your doorstep. Be careful." Because everything is like surveillance now. Luckily, I don't have a Ring like camera, because that would be even more insane. But like, yeah. So she was like, "You're not wearing any green. I got photos from the birdhouse." And I was like, "Oh my god. I literally like just got up and turned off this birdhouse at your request. No, I didn't put on like anything yet for St. Patrick's Day." So then I had to finagle with it again, and I did end up turning it off. And in turning it off, there was this like weird beeping sound, and I was like, "Oh, what is that about?" And apparently, because again, it's like this weird birdhouse from Temu, when it turned off, it like crashed itself on the app. So like, my mom's app now isn't like turning on or something. So I don't know what the heck that means. I guess when they come back from vacation, we're gonna have to like spend a day figuring out what happened with that, because that's just not what's supposed to happen and kind of freaky. But then the second funny thing that happened was, my sister didn't end up coming over. Sometimes she does, sometimes she doesn't for St. Patrick's Day. Because she had the nephew, she was like, "Oh, well, I actually do want to stay home and do St. Patrick's Day like at her house." So I was like, "Okay, that's fine." I just made myself a normal amount of corned beef cabbage and was fine with that. But she did send me videos little nephew is now still still refuses to stand up, but he like understands that doors lead to outside. So his dad like recorded him camping the front door, waiting for his mom to come home grocery shopping to get all the ingredients for like corned beef, cabbage, and dinner. As soon as his mom opened the door, he was like hiding on the other side of the door frame, scooted around the door frame, and just started like Mach speed crawling outside onto the grass. And she's like, oh, he really wants to get outside. So she kind of like let him play around in the grass for a little while. And then he just started crawling down the side of the street. Like, oh, not like through the grass or anything, on the sidewalk. So I think from being like in the stroller on walks with them when they take the dog out for walks, he's learned like, oh, down the street is like more people that I can like interact with. And now he's just like escaping and going down the street to talk to people, which is so funny. He did kind of scuff up his knees though on the concrete. Their sidewalks, like nothing against them. They have like, they live in a great neighborhood, but they do have kind of like old style porous concrete that is like kind of really coarse and rough. So he scraped up his knees a little crawling along it. And my sister was like, oh no, like, I don't know if we need to like get him knee pads or something if he's going to be like crawling down the side of the street, because that's not good for him. And I was like, I mean, if it would like condition him to not crawl and to like stand up and walk instead, maybe you should let him like scuff up his knees a little. And she was like, no, we can't do that. And I was like, well, he's never going to stand up on his own then. He's never going to get like the inclination to walk if he's not like realizing that crawling is kind of bad for his knees. That was funny to see. He did get his own little tam o' shanter, which I was kind of like disappointed in, because I was like, oh, I thought it would be like a thing of ours to like always have a like uncle nephew Irish photo with like my big tam o' shanter on his head, but we'll have to save that for maybe next year or like a year or two later when he has like more fitting clothes for the holiday. Oh, and then so as another consequence of my parents being on vacation, regardless of the birdhouse stuff, they've been sending us, me and my sister's, photos, because they're not really Facebook people. Like, my mom is on Facebook and she like comments on stuff that her other like really old boomer friends post on Facebook, but she doesn't really like post anything herself. So instead, what she and my father will do is they'll take photos and then just like send them in a group chat to me and my sisters and be like, hey, isn't this funny? You guys should show like the ounce and stuff. And we're like, okay, that's weird. Like, I guess we can pass along the photos if you want. But now we're getting like random photos. Like, they were at the airport for a while because they had a 13-hour flight. So they had to get there extra early because like if you do those long red-eye international flights, you have to like go through customs super early in the day and all that garbage. So they just sent us photos of them like lounging around in an airport doing nothing, and we were like, okay, but like, why though? What is the importance of this? And they were just like, oh, we thought like you'd want to see what we were doing. And we were all like, no, this is not important to us right now. Like a little burr in my sock from a missed stitch. Bug me. We'll ignore that. Might self. Good evening, Pumpkin. How's it going? Up to anything today? Um, so yeah, I've just been like having a good time. St. Patrick's Day was great. Um, so I didn't realize another thing that I've kind of found out through my sister, but didn't really like talk to her about. When she posted pictures of her doing her like St. Patrick's Day dinner with her family, she didn't use like grandma's recipe, which is a little petty because like, you know, our grandma's recipe is not a particularly like great recipe or anything like hidden. Like it's just normal corned beef and cabbage, but she cuts the potatoes and carrots like a specific way because like, I don't know, that's just how her parents do it. And drinking as it was St. Patrick's Day, so I'm drinking for the week. Yeah, I kind of do that same thing sometimes. I don't normally get too much alcohol just because like I don't normally drink that much. But like when St. Patrick's Day or 4th of July comes around, like you can't buy like one bottle of beer. So you get like a 6-pack and then you're drinking it for like the next 2 or 3 days. But yeah, so my sister sent photos of it and like the potatoes and carrots weren't cut the way that grandma used to. And my mom was like, wait, did you cook grandma's recipe? And my sister was like, no, I just used the recipe that's like on the little bag of St. Patrick's Day stuff that they sell at the supermarket. And my mom was like, sacrilege, you have to cook it this way. And I was like, oh, you hit the you hit the you cooked it wrong button from my mother, because she will go crazy on just like, because my mom's not even like really a chef. Like she doesn't really like cook as in like chef stuff. No, I mean I'm drinking like a bottle of whiskey a day like a real Irishman. Oh, okay, I do not go that hard. I guess I don't. So I guess that I kind of did do that once in college. Or don't tell my 10-year ago dorm supervisor, but one of my friends, not even really friends, one of the people on my dorm floor got like discounted bottles of Jack Daniel's whiskey, got like 3 of them, and was passing them around the dorm room at like, I think it was after like lights out hours, so it must have been like 11 or 12 p.m. And then we ended up with like an entire one extra in my dorm because I am actually like not like a goody two shoes teacher's pet kind of deal, but my dorm was just always clean because like I barely made a mess because all of my stuff was in like one box and I had like my laptop. And my dorm mate, not that it was my fault, but my dorm mates would like switch out pretty regularly because our suite mate who we shared a bathroom with were like kind of awful people. And not awful in a way where it's like, oh, I couldn't get along with them, but awful in a way where like they'd use the bathroom and then like keep our door locked out for like 6 hours. So like I'd have to go down the hallway to like the common bathroom or like knock on one of the other neighbors and be like, hey, we're locked out of the bathroom again. Can you like let us use yours? Or they'd like just leave a bunch of dirty stuff in the bathroom. Anyways, like nothing that I couldn't live with, but a couple of my dorm mates that were like a little more prissy about it were like, oh, I gotta get a different dorm. This is awful. So like I regularly didn't have dorm mates or like they'd be packing up to leave. So I think I was the only one in the room for that St. Patrick's Day. And like no one, I'd slap them. I'm not that confrontational. I was just like, you know what? You do you. I don't care. I wasn't even in the dorm that much because I had 2 other friends that were in a different dorm building on the other side of campus, and I'd regularly spend like the entire night over in their dorm playing like Smash Brothers Melee on the Wii and just being like, oh man, we've got to like get to sleep, classes in the morning, and then we play like 6 more rounds of Melee and then like a round of Mario Kart. And then I'd pass out in like their dorm common area, in their dorm, what's it called? Not the supervisor. The resident? Whatever. Their resident would be like, hey, you're not supposed to be here. And I was like, it was like 1 a.m. I don't want to go across campus at 1 a.m. Let me sleep. Like, I have all my stuff in their dorm room. I'll wake up, go to class, and then like take a shower back at my room. So like I wasn't even in the dorm like every night. So like, again, I just did not care. But we had this like bottle of Jack in my room, and like for the next couple days, like more would just show up. I think they kept buying more. So like we'd pass it around after lights out at the dorm. Like I think it was a Saturday at St. Patrick's Day. So we had like 2 bottles and we had the one left over. Well, the next day we passed the 1 bottle around and we got like 75% of the way through it. But then like another showed up in my room because they got another. Then we'd get through like those 2 and another would show up and I'd be like, okay, you cannot buy more booze and like sneak them into my room. Or you can't buy more like whiskey and liqueur. You have to like either go down to like hard seltzer or beers. You've gotten too much alcohol right now. It's the it's the worst whiskey, but it's also like the cheapest and the first one you see as a like 21-year-old in college. Maybe not even that. Like, I don't know who was buying the whiskey, but like it might have been someone with just like a fake ID or with a brother in the area that was willing to like get them cheap booze. I should be thankful that it wasn't like Jungle made in a trash can like I know a lot of people in my high school were drinking underage. Oh. Anyways, so yeah, that was it was like a night. That was probably like 4 days of people just drinking way too much whiskey after St. Patrick's Day. It was also like the first year, I think, that I didn't make any corned beef and cabbage for St. Patrick's Day because I wanted to be like, oh, I'll bring my crock pot from home, because at the time I went to school. I was maybe like probably like an hour drive from home. High Commissioner is a delightful whiskey. If you want, I recommend Dead Man's Fingers Mango. Not bad. My whiskey of choice now is usually Wild Turkey, or it's kind of awful, but rum, not run. You want rum. I've never really like gotten big into rum. I don't know. I think because most of it is like a little deadly to me because I can't have coconut, and like, you know, half of all rum is coconut rum. So I've just always stayed away from rum. And even then, like, I can only not have like actual coconut rum. I'm sure like even of the coconut rum, it's probably like 90% of it is artificial flavored, but I've always just like stayed away from that kind of stuff. I did like, I once tried a Bacardi spiced rum that was really nice. It was kind of like mulled wine, but with a bit more burn to it. What am I going on about? Oh, so that was the first year that I didn't make anything for St. Patrick's Day. Dead Man's Fingers is great. Mostly, it's mostly spiced rum. Nice, yeah. Because I was like, oh, I could go to like my house, get a crock pot and like cook for everyone. And they were like, oh, we really don't want to like eat because like if we just drink on an empty stomach, like we'll get drunk faster. And I was like, that is an awful mindset, but like, okay, pop off everyone in the dorm, I guess. We did end up going to each of the dorm buildings had like not even really a cafeteria, because you'd expect a cafeteria to be like an area with some chairs that you could sit down. The college that I went to, their cafeteria was just like the front counter of a fast food place, and you got the like little green, not quite lunch trays that had like a lid, and you paid a like $5 deposit on them, and if you didn't bring back the lunch trays by like the end of the week, you had to pay $5 for each lunch tray. And like I knew so many people that just forgot like a dozen in their room and ended up paying like $100 each week. But yeah, so that was like that was a weird, just a whole weird time. I don't know. God, that dorm cafeteria was awful. I did end up making friends with one. So there were like 3 stations at this like fast food counter lunchroom for the dorms. There was like the normal food of the day, which like changed up, but it was normally like some kind of pizza, some kind of burger, and then like a specialty of the day. Sometimes it was like pasta, sometimes it was fish and chips one day. Like for a holiday like St. Patrick's Day, it was usually like corned beef and cabbage, but kind of a bad corned beef and cabbage because like they're making a giant vat of it to feed like 300 kids that are in this dorm and eating like 5 portions every meal. But there was also a sandwich station, and I would always get like the same sandwich, and the lunch lady that worked there at the night shift at like 8 p.m. when I would go to get a sandwich would like know my order, and as soon as she saw me like start making it, and it would make some of the other guys there mad because I'd be like 3 or 4 people back in line, and she'd like start throwing it together and put it on one of the sandwich stations because there's like 5 stations. Because you gotta like toast the sandwich, and then while it's toasting, they would make another sandwich and then like start toasting that one, make another one. The first one is done toasting, take it out. So she would like get mine set up, and then I'd get up there and like already have it done, and people would get so mad at me. It was like, I get the same thing every day. I get a club with Swiss cheese toasted with extra spinach because I was iron deficient in college. I don't know. Probably rambled on too much now. Let's get into the game. Again, before we start the game, I did just want to go into, I have a theory, a game theory, because I think we're going to start to go into like more story-driven stuff coming up, rather than last time, I was just kind of messing around doing like all the side content and kind of figuring stuff out. So I have like one overarching theory with like 3 levels of craziness that I'm not sure what's gonna pan out. And I just want to like, before we get into the game and like start going any deeper into the story, I do just want to like put my theory out there in case I'm correct. So like the soft level of the theory that's like already basically confirmed is that Mayuri is an emperor, like reincarnation of previous emperor, royal bloodline, like whatever that means. And she sent out Raban to like find proof that she's an empress, like I guess crown her as an empress, and then she'd like try to take over Eoxian society again or something, or like bring back the glory days of the Empire, because it seems like the Empire was like not particularly advanced as the Age of Sailing civilization, but like way more advanced than the current Eoxian Empire. So like the first level is that. And then I assume Raban found like something that she didn't agree with, or like something that was gonna go against her plans, and she ended up killing him. He recorded like some kind of message to us, which has played over from 6. So that's like the first level. The second level of the theory is that like 6 is Raban, because we found that execution place. Really, it seemed more like a mortuary where they would take like dead or nearly dead people from the Age of Sailing, and they'd like copy their brains into robots. And I think the like copying into robots is what happened to like every robot. And for some reason, like we either wipe their hard drive, or like being in stasis underground, like it seems to happen, wipes their memories, because the current Ioxian Empire doesn't make robots. They dig them up from underground on Eox. So my theory is that like all of the places they dig them up are burial chambers, like the one we found. And like every robot is just a dead person that's had its memories wiped now. And specifically that 6 is Renba, that at some point got his like memories put in there. And like soft theory on Mayuri put Renba in 6. I'm not super sure on that, or if Renba put himself into 6 and then like sent 6 to Mayuri. For some reason, Renba's brain scan on 6 got to her. And then like the highest level schizoness of this theory, the like way out there, I don't even think this is real, but like I just like crack pipe dream, was that Mayuri put him in 6 because he found out whatever it is that she didn't like. He wasn't going to give her the crown and brooch because he hid them. He hid the brooch and stuff. And he wouldn't help her. So she killed him, and she put his brain in the robot and gave the robot to us, thinking that the robot and our own abilities would help uncover the crown that we could bring back to her. And that she knows how to do this because she's not just the reincarnation of an emperor, but I bet like the ancient emperors, because like it seems like the idea of the loop and reincarnation kind of sprouted from the emperors and was kind of like a later addition to everyone else, but the emperors kind of started it. That the emperors of the old empire in Age of Sailing put their brains into new bodies. And that's where like the idea of the loop starts, of them continually forcing like their memories into new bodies as a form of immortality. Anyway, so that's my theory so far. We're going to see how that pans out as we get into the game today. We are on a quick trip. Back and forth. Because I want to do a quick run to Mayursi to check up on Amir, and then we're gonna go back to Elboreth to check up on
We made our way back through the fields to the well.
our friend in the crystal.
I kept expecting Amir to jump out at me, waving his stick about and yelling. But there was no sign of him at all.
Amir should be on one of the roofs, throwing stones at the pigs. I'm sure Mayorsi will have fattened him up, mistress. He may not be so good at climbing now. The Oxien brings you back to us. Call me Aaliyah, please. Good lady. I'm very glad you have returned. Is something wrong? We have been worried. We tried everything we could, but it has been no good. It is Amir. Is he ill? Perhaps it would be better if I showed you. Follow me. Things began well enough. Amir settled in quickly. He seemed happy. He worked in the fields, stacking and threshing the rice. It's good work for children. They are creative. So what went wrong? It is difficult to explain. See for yourself. Amir. He may not hear you. He does not hear us. What is he doing? He is talking to the pig. To the pig? He has made friends with a pig. Talks to it. And Amir believes... Soyan, Aaliyah, he believes the pig can tell him the future. I can try to help him. I don't know anything about children. Good luck. Lady, you did come back.
Amir was sitting in the pig yard with the pigs, looking dirtier than ever.
It's good to see you. I knew you'd come. You remember the time I beat you in a sword fight? That was amazing. I tell them about it all the time. Of course I remember. I still have the bruises. The people here, they think I've gone crazy. Have they been kind to you? Kind? I suppose so. They haven't been unkind. They say the pigs tell you the future? Well, I don't know. I don't know if it's the future or not. The pigs do tell me things. But they're probably not right. They are only pigs. For the villagers. Do they want me to leave? They're worried about you. Maybe I should do more work in the fields. I did that for a while, but they didn't need me. They're always worrying about the fields. They grow too much rice already. There aren't any other children here. Did you notice? I've never seen any. I hadn't noticed that before, but it's true. There aren't any. I've looked. Did the pigs tell you this? Very funny. Pigs didn't talk about things down here. We talk about old stuff. Do you want me to take you back to Elbereth? No. Definitely not. You're certain you won't come? Certain. It is a nice pig. It's a clever pig. Can I not talk anymore with them? Good faith to you, Amir. Wait. They have a message for you. Kind of message. Here, I'll draw it.
The boy scratched some marks into the dirt with the point of his stick.
These are ancient symbols. Roughly drawn, but... Where did you see these? These come from the pigs. Huh. Got some elements in common. Ooh. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. So this is like a concept of an element? Huh. Which something. Oof. I think this is which. What would this be? So that's like fill. Fill with like an extra thing here in a concept. It's like the concept of being fill. Concept of like completing something, eternity, something go. Circle. Hmm. God, this is like super complex. It's definitely not eagle. I don't think it would be used. Maybe it is use the hopper. Go. Use hopper to go. That would be what? Like wind, fill, an entity. So like hopper is like moving an entity on the wind. Maybe. Use hopper go. Where did you learn this? I told you, from the pigs. They say that it was. They say it this way. Ifarali. Ifarali. That's it. Pigs whisper it to each other at night. They are shy. They say one other thing, lady. Here.
He mussed out the last line and scratched out more.
Oh. I've got a few of those words in my notebook, but I'll take a chance at what's left. So, a place without a path. Like walls. Beyond walls of nebula rests. Place with stars. So heaven. Rests heavens. All. Beyond the walls of the nebula rests heaven's vault. What does it mean? That is the vault that Renba's ghost was talking about. Heaven's vault mean anything to you? Nothing, lady. Okay, hold on. We need to... Big send me this message. That was vault. I don't know. I still... I don't know. I guess we'll have to try to find another place with this. I don't think this would be Eagle. It has to either be witch or use. Which circle go or which eternity? Weird that like vault is there next to fill and wind. Like wind vault. Like a vault is used to like keep things. So you'd think that this would mean like keeping something forever. Like the concept of a vault. Like this is element. Like the element of a vault is eternity, like keeping something. Would make this what? Will we use... I don't know, because you'd think use would be like an action, and an action doesn't like really describe that. think we'll just go with our first. Oh, it's so hard to understand if that's right or not. Good faith to you, Amir. Thank you for coming, lady. I was starting to think, wait, where are you going? We have to catch it before it eats the harvest. Good faith to you. Oh, must have lost the pig. Esther, shall I activate the hopper? I want to go talk to the villager first. How did you find him to be? He's just lonely. Perhaps you should take him somewhere else? He said there are no other children here? That is true. Where are they all? Children we have are all here around you. All fully grown or growing old. Is it different in Eox? Never seen children on Eox either. Never stopped to think about it. Our ancestors made boats and sailed the stars. It was present from Eox who took those boats away and burned them. Now we have all the children this moon has to offer us, and we have nothing left to do but grow more rice than we can eat. Can't survive without children. There must be something wrong here. Something in the water or in the air? We were happy for a long time here. It's simple. It is the fall. The loop, the Yuxins worship keep us all in place, doesn't it? I don't believe in the loop. It does not matter what we believe. The loop is the loop. All that was good will be good again, so nothing needs to be fixed. If we drown, Eox would tell us to enjoy the drink. The boy doesn't want to leave, so I won't take him. But you need to help him. You do not want him to go. It is good to have a child in the village, even one who prefers the pigs to us. The Eoxians we will try. The Eoxian we will try. Has collected nothing of significance, mistress. Perhaps we should go. Get out of here. So now we have another clue. Where did that extra clue get us? Said beyond the nebula. That... Oh. Somewhere distant. Found evidence of moon that looks to be at a great distance. Great distance of darkness the Remba saw. The site of the heaven's vault. Found a shred of large enough books in the brass compass. Without a river to sail on, the journey site is... I don't know enough to find this site yet. Oh. Sculptor in the canyon, but 6 trace the mining tools and mining gear that Remba used to dig. Don't have enough to find the site yet. Okay. So we can't get to either of these sites yet. Let's go to Elbarath again. We're going to go back there and we're going to check out the hopper. Because I think that word he gave us... right up here. think we might have also missed some stuff just by like not doing every sale places. We've skipped a couple of them. We could go up through here. No. We've skipped a couple of places, and I think some of that has resulted in us missing more than one ruin that would have given us, like, a clue as to where to find places. Some distant way that... Yeah, see, there's another ruin. Some of these ruins tell us where to find stuff. The site appears to date from ancient times. It should only take a few moments. Recovered a wooden piece from a hull just floating out there. Been inscribed. This is the end of a longer line of text. They'll never and not oh, another and there. Did something wrong. They'll and never. Okay, there we go. I believe I remember the word never. They'll... That's like wind. They'll something and... What is this? Something with lightning bolt? That must be free. And never... This is like... Time... Yawn. Never... Peace? Like 70% of beyond. They'll like fast. They'll fast and must be free because it has death and dead. Still change my mind, but sail fast and free and never stop. Sailing is true freedom, and yet there are people who never leave their home moon. It comes from the same place as the compass in the shredded book we found earlier. It should help us work out from the moon that we had seen before. It could take a piece of the hull, Elbath. You might have something from the same site to help us locate it. It'll take a price. A ruin. I would guess it dates from the earliest days of the nebula. We'll investigate. I found a hardbound book, almost blank except for some coordinates. Most likely came from somewhere nearby. Oh, this has just a monster. This one is several words. But it looks like we have enough to solve it. And... Okay. Use... There's like so much... Oh wait, no. Oh, this can't be used. This looks like... songs? Oop. Gotta plug in the phone because we're running low on power. There we go. Not this. Until booked. We have oh, book you. Myself, maybe? Doesn't feel right. Okay, maybe we get across that. Okay, know myself. Something. And you into songs. Oh, this book done something wrong. No song. Book you until use and I think there's any place where we want to use that translation is clearly incorrect. Must be another phrasing. There's no use in this. Okay. This book. No. Maybe instead of until, we should be doing into. I already used up the. Where does book go? Oh, wait. Book into you. And that translation is incorrect. Okay, no. Can't use in, so it must be until this book you and believe you can be confident in your translation of this. And until must be right too. Okay. Oh man, this is huge. This must be read. Because this is like words with this is like sight. And this is like the action of read this book and probably laugh until you like water goddess, like weep. Read this book and laugh until you weep. This comes from the same source as the piece of the hull in the compass, I think. Having another artifact will be useful in tracking down where these things originate. Figuring out where to look for a moon out there. Either path ahead, mistress. If we want to go left, we want to go through the more windy paths so we can find more hidden stuff. The word the pigs told Amir. I'm going to try it on Elbereth Gate. Ah, I can't go back there. Surely you would like something. Surely you would like to do something interesting. Pigs 6. How would anyone take me seriously if I started talking to pigs? Where do we want to go here? I guess it doesn't really matter. Don't see anything to the left or right. Go left. Six. About the pigs. They can't really tell the future, can they? I am shocked that you would ask that, mistress. He seemed happy down there, didn't he? Not totally happy, but happy enough. Most people I have observed are only momentarily happy. He certainly appeared to be having his moments. Set us down, 6. However far I sail, these alleys will always be my home. Stone feet, 6. Even if the stone itself is similar. None of the other statues we've seen have had feet. Maybe this was not a statue of a god. Maybe it was a person. Six, take us through. Open. With the statue on Marcy and the one here made in the same place, based on the material composition, it is quite possible. I will consider the matter. Noise yard is this way. Carving of the deity Colossi. I cannot see why anyone would waste a statue on Elbreth. Perhaps to remind the citizens of the high powers? Yeah, as like an intimidation tactic. Good faith to you. Yes? Be well. That's you, Tappy. I don't want it. Ah, Alaya. What can I do for you? How is the shop working out? Still slow. You're okay, so I guess she's not done with the crystal yet. I don't know what the like time frame for that would be. But I guess it's not quite yet. Now we want to talk to Tappy. Haven't really been to before. Oh, now we're in the main square. Indigo Mistress. I want to pay Tappy a visit. Can't get to Tappy's this way. On Eox, they think the future is the past. They think time is a repeating circle. I wonder if that's any crazier than thinking pigs can talk.
Cabinets glinting with gold and polished glass.
Aaliyah, you don't visit me nearly enough. I had forgotten the color of your eyes. I could never forget the silver of your tongue. How is life on Eox anyways? As sterile as ever. That's a good word for it. You've always been too untidy for that kind of place. Found a few items you might be interested in. Oh yes? 3, the rock hammer. God, we have so much stuff. Okay. Piece of the hull. This is a wooden piece from a hull dating from the earliest days of the nebula. Found it floating in the open wash. Well now. No matter, I can probably shift it into someone. Might be able to make you an offer. Yes, this is it. A heavy axe. Doesn't have an inscription on the blade. I guess that this comes from the same place as the rock hammer and the knife that I discovered at the execution site. People must have often traveled to both of the two sites. It should help us locate it. So, if you've seen the merchandise, axe for your wooden piece in the hull? Okay, have a deal. Think this looks rather good here. Packed a few more items you might be interested in. Hold on to it. I have nothing to trade today. Come back some other time. Oh, okay, so some of the stuff is time gated. Can we just talk to him? So Tappy. The shop is full of stuff. What do you mean you've got nothing to trade? All of this? All of this is worthless. I'm sure more will flood in soon enough. Yeah, that makes sense. This is all kind of like Ichi stuff, and what we gave him was like an actual artifact. Don't get any less marvelous. We have one new artifact to consider. We've pinpointed the location. Note for the Empire site. Shall we leave now? Not just yet. I do want to go back. I wonder if the barkeeper guy has anything new now as well. Will the trade in people end one day? You have to believe it will. I cannot believe things, mistress. I can only compute probabilities. Error margins here seem so large. There's only one fact that matters. Nothing stays the same, 6. Nothing. Let's pay Timur a visit. See if we get anything new from that. And we want to talk to the gate and try to use the message. Mistress, you should know I am most suspicious of your arrangement with Tappy. But you don't report suspicions to Mayuri, do you? Professor requires 70% certainty before a report is required. Yeah, Tappy is our fence. Aaliyah. I will wait here. The water moon I told you about. Did you ever look into it? I did. I'm told you really weren't exaggerating. You're going to drain it? If anyone can find a way to get the water off that moon and onto ours, well... Do you think it's possible? I don't know. Can't exactly ship it here. I mean, we could, but along the rivers, what would be the point of that? Think you can use it? Maybe we can divert the flow somewhere useful. Maybe our people can move there. Whatever happens, though, it's our secret. And secrets are advantages. Could be a big thing for us here. Have I done something wrong? You must know when you told me. I don't think you've done anything wrong. It's out there, and it's empty, and no one else knows it's there. Though I don't know what good it will do to you. Anyways, for your trouble. Something we found out there. A dented oil burner, dating from at least the earliest Empire period. Oil burning. The glass is sort a blow on Elbarath, and the glass is something etched in it. This is the sort of this is a start of a fragment of text. I can add my translation for eternal to my dictionary. I'm pretty sure this is time. Time is eternal. This comes from the same source as the axe I found here earlier, I think. I've got a lot of leads to a pre-Empire site now. This will make the site easier to locate. Enjoy. You're too good to me, Timur. I could be better, you know. Still quiet? There was a rush yesterday, maybe the day before. I have something for you. A statue. It looks like something from the early Empire. And there's an inscription. This is one end of a fractured fragment of text. Pray for. Sure, my translation for pray is right now. Pray for blessings. Wouldn't be speed. Might be wishes. Guess blessings works. Does pray for blessings make sense? This comes from the same site as the dented oil burner and the axe, I think. It will make the pre-Empire site easier to locate. You have my gratitude. In good faith to you.
I had my first taste of rocker when I was 8. I didn't pay for it that time either.
Guess we're done. Want another raka? No, please. Another time. I wonder if there's something for, like, getting blackout drunk in his shop and he just, like, steals all of our stuff. Don't be a stranger. Come on, 6. We have a few new artifacts to trace. Shall we leave now? We still have more to do. Does much grow here? It seems unlikely, and yet there are so many people. She's a beautiful ship. I'm lucky I found her. I wonder if the boy said to make the gate hopper him away. Some kind of ancient instruction? The place we found him must have been quite excellent one. You know, Amir spoke a word to the gate. I have no idea what that word is. That biak fiar? Or something else. Okay, this is the one he told us about. Ifarali? Isn't that the word the fortune-telling pigs of Mayar told me? That ifiari. That biat kat ifar. It works. Well, maybe it works, but what now? It is asking where you would like to go. Ooh, we have options? Evan's Vault? Fiant Ang. far, so I can't think of what to say next. Perhaps I can't take me anywhere. Found Amir's word for the cat Kiske. The Robot Empire 6. If we assume for a moment there was one, didn't survive. An empress took over the Steel Empire and began the Empire. Holy Empire. As for the robots, they were buried under the plaza in the execution site. Few robots must have been kept around by the Emperor, in places like the execution site where they couldn't do any harm. Oh, do we have just updated? Heard the name Heaven's Vault. Marks on by Amir. Neil told us the ancient word Efreet. Okay. We Markstron. Big sent me a message. Okay. We use Hopper. I think this does mean witch. Witch Hopper go. This book holds life. This book holds a life. Okay. Serpent. Yeah, that's the armless goddess. Live forever here. Found etched into the minecart. Work is life. Found etched into a grave. In death is rest. Found etched onto a wall. The garden of the dead. Yeah, that's the graveyard. Etched into the shrine. The emperors are eternal. Etched into a swirling stash. The stars of home. And found on the purple robe. Pilgrim's Prey. Seen enough of this moon. Time to leave. Very good, mistress. This way. So we still need to find the ancient names for different places. And find that. Enough information to locate a previously unknown site. We can find the ancient names, then we can hopper around. Wonder if we can, like, ask for a directory. Aboard the Nightingale. We should sail to Eox and tell Mayuri what we've seen. Sure, she wants to see the crown. We are never going back there as long as we have side quests. One new site located. Time to move on. Oh, prepare the braces. This is the Steel Empire site. So this should take us to the Robot Empire stuff. Going along here to find any little cutouts anywhere we could get to. Either riverhead leads to the destination, mistress. There's no stuff there. I guess going to the right will have more directions to go on, I think. Unexplored rivers to the right. I calculate that they will lead to our target. Okay. Weird. Could go right. And this is what, back left. This is like taking us in a giant circle all the way around. That does mean we're going to go down around here, which is pretty nice. Oh, okay, camera angle got a little weird there. We're going all the way around, then hopefully that gets us some cool new shrines or something. Ruins. Either of the branches continue to our destination. Go to the left one. The left one has less turns we could miss. Either of these ways are fine. Go to the left again. Want to go to the right. Now this is getting into like unexplored rivers. Hopefully we'll find cool ruins. Bless the waters. Ooh, yeah, there is a ruin up ahead. Structure has long since fallen apart. There's nothing here to find. Ah, boo. Okay, now we've got this whole little conclave around. Route goes right momentarily. I'm guessing these just kind of like bridge together. And this wants us to go to the left. Need to turn left here, Mr. Where are we going? Where? there's an ancient site up there that we haven't been to. You turn left, Mistress. Okay, well, I'm following this wherever it's trying to lead us. I don't know where exactly that is. Appears to be a trail in the water. The river to the left will bring us to the Steel Empire site. Okay. Oh, and there's a ruin here. Nice. A ruin. It's a ruin from the Steel Empire, Mistress. Just wait. I recovered an ornate brass incense burner. I wonder how long it's been there. On the base, there seems to be an inscription. This one is a broken fragment from a longer phrase. This. I give this another long one, but I'm sure this is give. Ornate brass incense burner. Guessing cup? Wouldn't be tooth, I don't think. I give this cup to you. This comes from the exact place we're after. Must be near. This should make the exact spot we're currently hunting for easier to find. Path continues straight on here. Ooh, whoa. Feels good to be back on a real river again. So the site outside the nebula. We must not get to by sailing, and we must have to find the word to teleport to it. Maybe at one of these ancient sites? Maybe by talking to Mayuri? And she, like, knows it because she has the ancient knowledge of the emperors? Waters above. Vicinity of the Steel Empire. Oh, we missed something all the way back there. And get back to... Oh, and there's something like all the way back here too. The site we're looking for? Come to the Steel Empire site mission. Seem we have not been down either of these paths before. Or are those the places we already found? Those must be the places we found already. sits here. This is going to take us like out and around. We leave this immediate area. There's a branch coming. Okay, it still shows them as ruins here. Let's plot a course for that one. Do not turn left. That turning will take us back to the rivers. Feels good to be back on a real river again. Bless the goddess. Want to go left here. Then we're going to go to the right up ahead, it seems like. Turn us right momentarily. Yeah. This is the region of minor flow. You just kind of want to follow this, and we're going to turn right as soon as we're able to. Just go through a rock? Ooh, okay. Little bit of a clipping issue there, game. That's fine. There are unknown waters. I think will help us reach our destination. Okay, so we could either go through the middle there or around to the right. And I think if we go around, we could explore. Yeah, I think. There's like a ruin back here. Maybe we can go around and find it. Maybe this is the one he was talking about. A ruin. I would guess it dates from the Steel Empire. Should only take a few moments. Found a solid, hefty pick, just lying there. And there are some etching glyphs along it. It is fractured. Ring. Time. Doesn't feel right. Okay. Done something wrong. Okay, yeah, no with. Something in time. I'm convinced my translation for time is correct now. Related words towards and give. This is like life. Similar to towards. This is like give something life. Maybe that's drown. Strength B. I think this would be C because we have the word for read and it's a lot smaller. You know what this was? Kind of like in. Give in with life. We give up with life, so like drown. Drown in time. That'll do for now. Plot a course down here. Comes from the same site as the incense burner and the statue I found before, I think. Got a lot of information on the Steel Empire site now. Will make locating it easier. One we already found. Go in a bit of a different direction this time. For uncharted waters, the flow. I don't know which way you might read. I think to the right, this left one. Region is a minor flow. Route goes up left up ahead. Mission. This one to the right goes the same way and might have something in it. No. Okay. Oh, I have a question about VTuber models if you don't mind me asking. Go ahead, Sergeant. What did you like to know? Also, we found nothing in that site. Ugh. I won't say I'm an expert, but I know a little bit. Looks like we have to go all the way and sneak around here. do people generally get them? Is there a well-known... Oh, where do people generally get them? Is there a well-known website where people tend to get them? Asking because I was thinking of getting a VTuber model as a reward redemption for my viewers. Tried looking it up and got lost, lol. Okay. So there's like two different answers to this. You can get like, I wouldn't say cheap, they're still kind of expensive. So like there's like tiers of models. Okay, I need to stop the game for a second and just think about this. Okay. There's like tiers of models. So like the one that I have now is a Blender made model, and those run on the more expensive side and also are usually done by like specialty artists that usually advertise themselves kind of just through like clout and like knowing people. You can kind of get like ideas of who makes what from Twitter, but that's a little sketchy. I think I have a link down in like my information stuff about who made my model. Rainhet. They do a lot of 3D stuff, but they usually have a wait list. And again, this is like one of the more expensive models because I got one that I was like, okay, I'm going to use this for a long time and don't really want to like replace it. So like that's the high end answer of just like searching through Twitter to find an artist whose other models you like and who like you're willing to put up money for. The kind of like middling answer is there's a couple of like well-known people that make models using what is it on flip using like Vroid stuff. And again, that's kind of like a Twitter thing, but they also sell stuff on like VGen. And VGen is just kind of like a commission site for a bunch of different like art and models and things. And then if you want to go to like basics, there's also like Fiverr. You can find like basically just low quality models. But again, with Fiverr though, you have to be really careful because like a lot of stuff on Fiverr is unfortunately a scam, and like you might get your money back, you might not. Fiverr's a little sketchy on that kind of stuff. But like if you go all the way down to Fiverr, you can get like $50 to $100 models. Like the one that I got was up towards the thousands. And then like the wide spectrum in between. And that's if you want to get 3D. If you want 2D, there's like entirely different avenues. I am not really experienced with 2D stuff, but like I'd assume it's kind of the same stuff. You can get like low quality ones off of Fiverr or VGen, or like higher quality stuff off of Twitter / like knowing specific artists. I do kind of have like a list of people that I looked at when I was getting my model done. They would be on like the more expensive side, but I could like tell you their names after like some of this if you wanted. I don't know. Like the only one that I'd really think of for like Vroids that like are still good quality would be, don't worry about it, I'm going for cheap on purpose. Okay, yeah, then you'd want like a Vroid, someone that like you know does decent Vroids, but is not going to be like super expensive. Um Again, I have like maybe 2 artists I could tell you about for that, but I would not be like off the top of my dome which ones would be particularly good for that. Um Honestly, I just like search in Twitter like hashtag Vroid, hashtag VTuber, and just like see if one of them has like a model style, well, that's advertising that they're open for commissions and has like a style that you'd want. I don't know. That's like the difficult thing with VTubing is just like finding models, finding people that will make models. And then not to like put an extra damper on it. Like 2.5 years ago when I was looking for people to make models, uh, there was like not a stigma, but like kind of a shyness from making models of guys. That's largely gone away, which I'm very happy about. Um, like I know tons, there's now like just a glut of male VTubers, but like for a while there, basically any artist I talked to was like, oh, I prefer making female models. And I was like, well, but like, can you make a guy one? They were like, well, I can. Let me see if I like have the time to. I was like, oh, Jesus. Anyway, that's like my speech. VGen or like yours was clearly worth the price. It's great quality and you use it all the time and plan to use it for a long time. I'm doing this more as a reward, like 5K stream as a VTuber for X amount. Yeah. With stuff like that, I'd say just like look at VGen or Fiverr, try to find a Vroid creator that you like. If you do want to just like even go kind of cheaper than like $100 for a Vroid, there is also like kit bashing from booth models. That would require like some actual skill with like Blender and Vroid Studio to like put together, but that is even like cheaper than hiring someone else. But like again, that then you're investing time into like learning to kit bash yourself, and you buy like, I don't know, a $20-$30 model off of booth, and then like open up the FBT file and like change out the clothing, change some of the like sliders and hair coloring texture, and kind of make that more unique. That can get like really daunting really fast though, because for my first run into even seeing like, oh, how does like tracking work? How do these softwares work? I bought like a $10 model off booth and then like tried to open it up and see how like the lip flaps worked and the eyes blunk and all of that kind of stuff. And everything was labeled in Japanese because Booth is a primarily Japanese website, but it has like some English translation. And I quickly was like, oh, I cannot understand how like any of this works because it's all in katakana, and because it's in katakana, like my in-app translator doesn't work because because that translator only works with kanji and hiragana. Oh god, I can't understand any of this. And I just started like wildly changing values until I was like, okay, this one changed how wide the eyes were. This one changed like the position of the nose. But yeah, honestly, kit bashing stuff is like kit bashing / Franken models, when you like take a pre-existing model and kind of like change it around with different stuff, is kind of cool because like I was never part of that scene, but that's how like real old school VR chat like communities. I'm cool with a basic stock model. then you might just want to like look on Booth and look up their 3D models and try to find one that's kind of close to what you like, and then you can just like open it in Blender and like maybe change the color of clothes and stuff. That's very easy, actually. That's kind of good to work with, and that can be done for cheap. That's like $20-$30 for some of them. Some of them are free as long as you say that like, oh, I didn't make this, here's credit to the like actual artist. But yeah, the Kit Bash stuff is kind of cool because like real old school VR chat, like role-playing communities used to do stuff like that. What program do you have to open when streaming and using the model? Okay, so there used to be like 4 good... Okay, hold on, my mouse is like messing around with this. So there used to be like 3 good programs you could do with them. Then one of them kind of blew up and no one uses it anymore. And now there's 2. So one is Warudo. And Warudo is on Steam, but Warudo is a bit user unfriendly because it kind of requires a basic understanding of how all of this already works and like the knowledge to throw stuff together. There's a lot of good tutorials on it, but it is just like a daunting thing to go with. Also, like the free version has everything you need if you're not going to do this constantly. The paid version, what it does is it has like better texturing and a couple of like skeletal frame motions for stuff that like isn't available in the normal model. Unless you do plan on like really getting into it later, don't buy the paid version of Warudo. It's just not worth it. And then the other one is Vinian. And Vinian has like, I would say 80% of the overlap with Warudo, but it does kind of expect you to be a stupid person that doesn't understand like back-end coding, which I am 100% am. Like Vinian is the one that I use 90% of the time because it just like, not it just works, but it will just be like, hey, if you want to do this, Vinian is it then? Yeah. If you want to do this, here's like very simple plugins on how to do it. It does not require a lot of complex thought. Again, that is again for 3D stuff. If you wanted to get like a 2D thing, you'd want to go with VC Face. Thanks for helping me with this. No problem. Where were we? Yeah, we wanted to go to the right here. Water droplets are right. Yeah. I will say that like VTubing is a lot more approachable now because it's what, 6 years old and there's been a ton of people and now it's like very open to the masses. It is still one of the most daunting things of like, unless you know someone that like will point you in a direction, the amount of stuff that you just have to like take on faith. We want to go to the right here. Take on faith of like, oh, which one of these is better? What is easier to use? What does not require a college degree in comp sci to work out is a very funny part of the experience. And not even that it's like gate kept, but like, again, just knowing someone that knows the programs, like, I don't think I've ever heard anyone talk about Vinian outside of like the 3 places where I found it being labeled before Wardo was even a thing. And now everyone is just like, oh, just use Wardo. And I'm like, okay, that's great. And Wardo is nice. I do not want to have to understand node graphing and like if then statements in Python to be able to move my head left and right when I talk. I'm the one pointing you in the right direction. Yeah. And again, like, I'm not even someone that's super knowledgeable on this.
Sometimes when you find a place,
I learned most of this from people
you
even
find it
more knowledgeable
overflowing with
about it
humanity,
than me over the course of 3
with
years.
life,
Just by
with
like
joy,
following them
with
on
family,
Twitter.
with struggle. Flames that burn so brightly, they can still be seen as dancing shadows. Hundreds, thousands of years later. And then other places are not like that.
Found the Moon of Pits. Ooh. Kind of a creepy name. This moon is barely habitable. Seems unlikely it was ever occupied. An overturned cart, just like the ones at the dig site where we met Seiya. Were they quarrying? Mining? There's an inscription just above the dust. Symbols look new to me. Mistress? Art is upside down. Right, of course. That's a funny gag. And add my translation to stop. Like, do not stop work. I think that's right. What work would people be doing here? Evidently not farming. What's this? This is a charred highly ornate cart of moon. It would estimate the dates from the ancient times. No writing around the outline of a moon, and it originates from the unknown extremely ancient site. It should help us work out where it came from. Okay, so that'll help us find out the other area. Okay, cool. What is this place? Metal rail. Crack. Hello, Lofi Israel? Iofi Israel? How do you say your name? And greetings, welcome in. Loaf Israel. Okay. How are you doing tonight? Here. This is an opening. It will be dark down there, mistress. Try not to trip over your feet.
The wind died as we entered the tunnel.
Oh, just stare directly at the camera, robot.
The air was ice cold and smelled of rust.
But I did have to clean sand out of my leg. Ah, hey, Captain. How are you doing tonight? Do you have a prosthetic leg then, Loaf? Stay close. Yes, mistress. Yeah. If it's not, like, insensitive to ask or, like, a sore point, do you have, like, upper leg prosthetic or, like, lower leg prosthetic? I ask because I'm, like...
We came out
one of the things
into a wide,
above the knee.
open
Oh,
space.
cool.
through all the murky dark. I could make out shapes.
Hold on 1 second.
Clinging like spiders to the rock.
I ask because I am in a like para-med profession, and one of the things that I learned about in college/med program was like how difficult it is to simulate like knee movement in legs, and like the technology when we discovered how to make like mechanical prosthetics that had like working knee joints was like amazing. And like the whole process of like, oh, simple legs now that don't have like motorized knees are usually not covered by insurance because they're like so much worse for you overall to like have to work with versus actual motorized ones that try to like simulate leg function. I only recently got an electric leg. I don't know. I find like the evolution of prosthesis that we learned about was like kind of cool because it's like, oh, you always think of like old school prosthesis as being peg legs and stuff, but really like complex wooden arms and legs with like joints and stuff in that got moved by like straps attached to the whatever was left of your body are pretty old. Like some of them we have evidence of back to like Rome and Greece. So it's really like peg legs were more of a thing of convenience rather than like an actual basis of like what the ability to make prostheses were at the time. Mistress, the chasm in the rocks appears extremely deep. Proceed with caution. What do you think, 6? Could just climb in and out the other side. Please do not do that, Mistress. Oh, he's so mad. The cart is balanced by chance and is not stable. Maybe I could dislodge it? Mistress, please do not do that either. It won't budge anyway. Okay. To find another way around. If it was loose, Mistress, it would have tumbled long ago. Probably. Sometimes feel bad because I could have avoided having a prosthetic in the first place. Oh, is it an accident thing? Oof. Yeah, that feels bad when something like that happens, but I mean, unfortunately, all choices in life are final. Crates. We could open these. It might tell us what the place was for. They're nailed shut. I was 16 and my friend dared me to jump off his roof. Oh! Yeah, that is kind of a... Oof. Is this like people? Place? It's like robot? With people? It wouldn't be Empire. Shattered my right knee. Ooh, yeah. That'll happen with big falls. Unfortunately, for how powerful the human body is, a fall of like 10 to 12 feet will just absolutely wreck you. Even worse if it was like a two-story house or something. I'm gonna say this is like slaves. Could have lost both my legs, but I was lucky. You know, gotta look on the bright side somewhere, I guess. Wait, so obedience? I think have always been slaves in the nebula, one way or another. Indeed. I don't think it would have been obedience, because, hold on. Because this requires kind of like a noun. Like, this is a phrase. Something are free. So, like, obedience are free wouldn't really work. Unless it had, like, a different connotation under here. So, like, we really only want empire and slaves. And then you can see up here, one of the roots of this is robot. Little tipsy, no problem. That is a function of these kind of language-based puzzle games where you're like, I think it might be this one. And you're like, ooh, but if you read into it, it doesn't quite work. I mean, that is the entirety of the puzzle of being like, you have to figure out how all of the route goes through. Besides, it's the day after St. Patrick's Day. I would be surprised if anyone wasn't super drunk. Is that something we could see across way? It's hard to imagine how this was built. This place must have been quite an operation in its time. The walkways appear to still be stable. And was there another thing on the other side? There must have been a way across once. There are buildings over there. Storerooms, maybe? Or barracks? Ramps. You noticed? Of course I noticed. Ramps means robots. This place wasn't made for people at all. That would make sense. Humans are forever burying us. Exactly like the turret we saw before, of the serpent's eye. It must be from a similar period. Seems robots get everywhere. Pretty sure you can get over to the other buildings. Oh, there's probably a way over, but we're currently just looking at random stuff now. Didn't drink yesterday because I was the one driving. Decent enough being the designated driver. Ooh. Fog crashed in there. I'm often the designated driver for my friends because I just, like, don't particularly drink much. But St. Patrick's Day, unfortunately, I do usually tend to drink a bit. Your work blank rivers blank. So this is like location or noun. Because everyone loves my handicap parking pass. that is kind of nice of being like, oh, I'm the designated driver. I can also park us super close to the building. So like this symbol is like the action of, or like adverb. This is join. So as you can see here, this is like the action of joining. And then this swirl is like conceptual or elemental. So that's like joining concepts together, healing. This is like place. So I would assume this is like joining places, like to build. Your work makes rivers. And then this is the concept. This is movement or like flow. And this is water. Also recently found out there are people who make custom leg covers. Oh. Like custom as in like painting and decorating, or custom as in like custom design and like construction of it? I would guess this is flow. This is like movement, action of water. Your work makes rivers flows. makes rivers flow. But why would robots want motivational slogans? Any chance there are still some robots here? Could ask them what they're doing. There is every chance, mistress. I was buried on Eox for some considerable time, and it did not impair my function. Almost closed, but stuck on something. Piece of a brass pot decorated with an image of a sun. I think it dates from the earliest days of the nebula. Look at the craftsmanship. Such tiny details worked in. The site has been here for ages. Went from VTuber models to prosthetic leg covers, lol. And designs and paints. Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, I mean, it's no problem just like bringing up whatever's interesting. That's kind of like the nature of streaming. Talking and sharing whatever like has you interested at the moment. Something beyond the stars. And honestly, like, it is nice when people bring in stuff to talk about, because then it's like, I do enjoy rambling on about whatever's going on, but if I have something to like bounce off of, it does make it easier and lead to like less dead air. So this is like light. This is action of. So like see beyond the stars. Happy to help. So it wouldn't, this seems like it needs to be a verb. It seems to be something that is done beyond the stars. So it wouldn't be metal, because metal is like a little triangle. I don't think it would be dawn. That's like knowledge of light. Action of knowing light, maybe? You think it's C? I think so too. See beyond stars. This comes from the same place as the charred cart we found earlier. Should help us locate an unknown, extremely ancient site. Nothing we can do. Oh. And look down. Too deep to be anything but natural. That makes sense. Because light is how we see. Yeah. I think it would either have been that or morning, and morning didn't quite fit the verbiage there. Anything else in this room? No, just that one point of interaction. Control panels. Pointed with a view over the walkways. I've seen this design before. These are for robots. Any inscriptions? None. Would have expected something. No doubt whoever used the panel knew what it was. I suppose a robot could push a cart along a rail easily enough. It would be a place they could have operated automatically, whatever this place was doing. Robots are not automatic, mistress, any more than you are. Try turning it on and see if it still works. And if it does, and it causes this chamber to collapse, who would make a control panel like that? A mining operation reliant on explosive charges? If that happens, you can just hopper us out. Assuming the rubble does not block the line of sight required. Look, just do it, 6. Mistress? Very well. 6 is kind of a worrywart, even though nothing bad ever happens to us. Yes, I comprehend. The control panel requires me to stay in proximity to it. Otherwise, it will reset. Why? Why would a robot need to guard a bridge control like that? It is not tiring, thankfully. This one's been broken open. The wiring's been ripped out. Why would someone do that? To make it work or to stop it from working? Stay there for a second. I'll be right back. I already like 6. He's a bit affable if...
Once, I'd found a hangar underground on Elbereth.
Oh. I hope these things were soundly built. 6. I hear you, mistress. Scaffolding. Let it go, 6. I still cannot reach you, mistress. The iron cart has moved, but there is a gap I cannot jump. Can you hopper over the gap? Is there an eye? I cannot hopper without an eye. Perfect. Like I was saying, 6 is generally affable, but also kind of like the straight man in a lot of situations. Mistress, come back.
A narrow shelf of rock jutting from the chasm wall. Grey buildings.
Just a little
watched me
guy.
with empty eyes.
These panels seem different. They've been sliced open, like someone wanted to get at the wiring. Someone with fingers. Scratched symbols. This one is a fragment of a sentence. We... Not free. Not I. We... I think free must be right. So this is negative. This mark is pretty consistently... What? When did we do this? I don't remember what we got for that. So that's a negative. I'm guessing this is like possibility. Will not makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I think so. Because it wouldn't be drink. That doesn't make sense. We drink be free. Do/act doesn't really work either. We want to be free may work, but that doesn't work with like the negative here. So I think it would be shall not. We will not be free. Something to do with the way the panels have been damaged. They look like they had their wiring exposed. Perhaps someone wanted to escape. Get my hand under here. Got it. On my way, mistress. And if I twist here, I think that's going to hold. What if we disconnect the wiring? I'll be with you shortly. Okay, so now 6 is over here with us. Please do not go off exploring again. You made it across. The walkways are most stable, mistress. Impressively engineered. I still believe we should hop her back now. Why would anyone live here? The place is terrible. Just to work? Is there anything inside any of these? Oh. Cloth. Cloth. Beds? Aw, thanks for the follow, Loaf. I hate this place, 6. Do we leave now? We still have more to do. How did anyone live down here? There's nothing. No water, nothing. The robots must have looked after them. Their ethical cores would have compelled it. But the robots didn't take them somewhere else. If they were surviving, there's something terrible about this place. I'm sure of it. I mean, could it be that this looks like it's probably some kind of twisted work camp? I will wait here, mistress. Back in the stone. Oh. What is this place? Stone shrine. Like the ones in the Emperor's secret garden. A grave? Or a grave marker. This is a memorial to those that died. Hundreds. Symbols precisely cut into the stone. Such delicate work. This is the end of a longer line of text. Every death makes us... I think makes might be right. Okay. So this is like the concept of a whole. And this is like an object itself. So what is this, like weaker? Like something not a whole being? Like it makes us not whole, weaker? Or maybe hope? It's something without a whole in like structure or place. Maybe it's like a wish without structure, hope? But you'd think hope would be something more along with like light and etherealness. I think it would be weaker. Every death makes us weaker. Is this a memorial? There's no reason to build bricks here. Build a wall over rock. But each brick is carved. Names. Marked in Elberethian way. Hundreds of names. There must be 200 to 300 of them. The ones on the lower down are older. 316, mistress. You can see them from out there? Your understanding of my vision is incorrect, mistress. Yeah, so this is like a monument to the dead. I assume that we're being worked by the robots, possibly to death. What is this place? No other points of interest on here. Seems like that was everything. Good to be out of there. Mistress? Like there's nothing in this building. There was a memorial 6. Robots ran this place and people died down here. How could they? I cannot explain it, mistress. I can't explain it, 6. The people here were prisoners. And the robots? The robots were the guards. And when the robots left, they left the people here to die. I cannot believe that. I cannot. What you believe doesn't matter, 6. It's the truth. Activate this one for me, 6. You can. Release the control, 6. Mistress. How do we get it? Oh, he doesn't want to. Oh, here we go. 6, raise this walkway for me. Mistress, I do not approve. Unfortunately, 6, you don't have a choice in the matter right now. We gotta get over... here, yes, okay. Don't break the control panel, 6. And watch your step.
Deep
There are
pits
holes.
had been cut down into the rock, while overhead, a natural opening yawned into space.
Ooh. So I wonder if this was another one of those places that created artificial rivers. Scattered rocks. Fallen through the hole in the roof, I suppose. Though only right here, which is strange. Oh, there's something down there. It's a fragment of a snail. It looks like the dates from ancient times. It's incredible and ancient. Whoever made this didn't add embroidery to the cloth. Oh, sail. I think it comes from the same source as the piece of pot and shard art I found nearby. There must have been a strong connection between the two sites. It should help us locate it. I should only really need like one more bit from that site to find it. I hope we can find it here. Seems to go on forever. It doesn't, of course, but still, I wouldn't want to fall in. See how deep you go. Still falling. The loneliest click echoes back up the shaft. That's a long way down. Before we go look at that ladder, something carved on the edge. I just need to split these up. Stay something? And add my translation to stay to the dictionary. We've seen this cube before. Truth? Maybe true? That's like person. A true person? Truth? Could still change my mind, but stay true. Curious. Can't get onto that little thing. Anything else around here? Anything back in this direction? Oh, I guess more ladders? Maybe there was a ladder here. Oh, that like collapsed there. Well, it seems like this is going to be super dangerous, but maybe we can swing it. There's a ladder going down. Mistress, I cannot see you. Mistress, please desist. Why would sculptors climb down into a pit? Face covered in something else? I go by the waters. At like Via con Dios. Tunnels. Oh. Oh, also they're poisonous. Okay. A pick. A mining pick. Wait, I don't feel... Air down here must be poor or poisoned. If there's anything here, I should find it quick. Hewn out walls. This place was dug. Or hewn out walls. Oh, geez. This is probably a thing of like...
stumbling over my own feet.
Knowing which way to go. An old basin. An old basket. Empty. Or no, wait. Under the grit. Chipped goddess of water devotional icon carved from stone. There's some ancient here, but I shouldn't try to read it now. Most likely this comes from the same place. The fragment of sail. Help me work out where it is. Just tighten. Oh, there's like a hopper down here. By all the waters. Bless the moons. Where are you? Is that an eye? Only one eye. Like a god. Why are you the wrong way up? What was that? Flash of light? Faceted glass. The eye isn't part of the carving at all. It's behind the carving. I wonder what's back there. Waters above. Symbols carved inside the glass. I know. Upside down. God. I am the buried god? One has a lot of symbols, but I'm sure it reads buried. I am the buried god. Which god are you? Again. Just as I spoke. In the eye again. Symbols have changed. I should start standing on my head. I am the vault god. I'm certain this translation for vault is correct now. By the waters. It is answering my questions. What vault? I wonder if they've changed again. Something different again. Another two-word phrase. Heaven's vault. Another long one, but I think it must say heaven. The heaven's vault. Eagle's claw. Hasn't changed. What happened to the people here? There's a few words in this one. Oh, this one wasn't upside down, though. Alice. Plant? I don't know enough to understand this. Must be some kind of machine. Behind the wall. Did the miners find it, I wonder? And if they did, how long has it been buried? The one's a phrase, run together. Never. Nebula. Never with Nebula. Doesn't feel right. Sense. Nebula. Must be began. By the rivers. A machine built into the heart of a moon. Well, Elia, you're going to believe in history. Someday you'll have to ask where the moons came from. Now, Elia, you, go now. Yeah, I think we may have asked like one too many questions. I'm not sure if we can get back in time. Okay, no, we have a little bit of time left. Where is that robot when I need it? can maybe look down one of these side tunnels to see if there's like anything there. Okay, it doesn't look like there's anything in this one. Oh god, we're trapped by a rock.
My lungs were burning.
Burning. Okay, nothing over there. Okay, I think that was all that was down here. Oh geez, trapped by geometry again. Well then, it's not so high. Climb, curse you. Just climb. I can't. I can't. It's too far. Wait, what? I'm trapped? Oh my god, did we... 6. Nothing. This is definitely a mine. Definitely by robots, but worked by prisoners? And I'm going to die down here. Okay, is there like nothing I can do? Can you hear me, 6? I don't want to be down here. I suppose not. I mean, can I go back to the machine? Guess we took too long down here. I can't breathe. Did you hear me? Can you even... Oh, of course, it's a hopper. Okay. I kind of expected this to be a hopper the whole time, but I didn't. But then it started answering questions. Somewhere new. My surroundings have changed.
I had traveled the nebula in an eye blink.
I'm alive.
It wasn't possible, but I'd done it.
Did I die? Did I loop? But this is Elbreth. It saved me. The god saved me. It sent me home. I'd better take a moment to get my bearings, though. I'm busy. Set biot rafar. Oh, Ifral. Set Ifrali. Set but cat. Can't think of what to say next. Still no use. Okay, so like... But now Robot is just like stuck on a moon somewhere. And we have like no way to contact him. My ethical core has been most concerned. 6, how did you find me? I was informed of your location by the Elbreth Gate. So the gate told you where to find me? Indeed, mistress. Its core observed your arrival, of course. It recognized you and wished you to return well. The gate believed that you belonged to me. It was informing me that you had been located. Oh, wait. You're telling me the gate can think? It has a core, mistress, as do you and I. I have not dissuaded the gate from its hypothesis, mistress. It seems a useful state of affairs, a happy misunderstanding. I am glad you are intact. I was not looking forward to explaining the loss to Professor Yuri. Shall we go now, mistress? Not just yet. Okay. So, the fact that the gate thought we belonged to the robot, and the fact that there was like a prison camp with robot guards, makes me think that the Steel Empire was like robots enslaving humans. Why do the laborers not fight back? Some do, but they do not get far. Yes? How's the trade today? Bristling. There's also the fact that the gate was able to speak to the robot at a distance. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what it means by that. And then, like, the upside down god robot was able to teleport, even though it didn't seem like it was a gate. But it has the ability to gate itself? That's strange. It was definitely
There was a
an
sharp,
eye.
sizzling sound and a yelp.
Alaya, what can I do for you? How are things here? Not getting any better. Okay, so we just got nothing from her. I don't know when she's gonna give back that crystal. Hopefully someday. I wonder if we now have enough information to find that ancient site. You ready to go? Don't hassle me, Six. I will recycle you. And get to Toppy's this way. Can we get through here yet? No, this is still like blocked up something. Alaya, come on in. Nope. No, but I do... That was a misclick. I do need to get in there and try to sell him something. Alaya, come on in. Show him an artifact. I've uncovered a few items you might be interested. Oh, yes? Chipped devotion icon. Scrap of paper made at the ancient site. Chronicles of Mizawa, the telescope. Fragment of the sail. An unknown ancient site, a piece of pot. I think the fragment of the sail will be interesting. Earliest days of the nebula. Could find 3 of those on a slim street corner. And in better condition too. You aren't dealing with some gutter rat. A chipped goddess of water devotion icon carved from stone, dating from ancient times. Nice enough. Still, I may be able to do a little distance with that. Have something of a similar period, I think. Here we are. An ornamental shard of wood from a boat's bowsprit. No inscription on it. Most likely it comes from the same source as the chipped devotional icon in the fragment of the sail. That I discovered in the mining camp. That suggests the people commonly frequent both locations. Should help us locate it. So you've seen it. The bowsprit shard of your chipped devotion icon, goddess of the water. Yeah, we'll agree to trade. I'll be sorry to sell this on when the time comes. It'll take some time to set up buyers for what I've got given me, so anything else let me look another time when my eyes have recharged. See you later, Toppy. Don't forget us now. We have 1 new artifact to trace. We also have a pointed 1 new location. Are you ready to go? Not yet. That's to the market. It's the yard. I want to go back to the gate. And possibly talk to the barkeep again. So the Mazawi we found in the execution site. If it's not from Eox, where is it from? I believe the text is new paper in the bindings. Pages have been scraped to provide a new surface. Oh, so it was originally an older book, but someone new wrote a new text on it. Well, that's very interesting. Where does the binding and paper of the Mazawi come from? Same site as a few other artifacts we have found, somewhere ancient. So it seems like Tapi we can basically go to if we're missing like 1 object that we need to find a new site. Also, the fact that the gate teleported us from the ancient site kind of confirms that the gates have like no set distance. Like that already was soft confirmed by us finding the boy at the market of the snake. But like there must be some grand like multi-planet gate network that we just need the right names to unlock. And I don't know how we're gonna find those names. Maybe that's what's inside the vault. Maybe the vault is like an ancient codex of how to get through every different gate, so you don't need sailboats anymore. You can just go anywhere at any time. That would kind of fit the theme of like connections and freeing everyone of like the tyranny of Eox, of being like, well, how can Eox control everyone if we all know how to get anywhere else in the galaxy? I'm not drinking today. As you wish. You look tired, maybe? Are you sleeping at night? Of course. Tax collectors from Eox pick my pockets if I don't sleep. Can't pick my pockets if I don't sleep. Is that all? Don't cry, Aaliyah. I work hard, Aaliyah, as do we all. Now look here, I have a present for you. I think it's a book covered in algebraic symbols, dating from the earliest days of the nebula. Its spine has been inscribed too. This one has several words. That's gates. This book maybe we need to get rid of gates and put opens there. We not have the right words for all of this yet? Maybe it's not this. Maybe we have to put me. All I can think of. Me, book of gates. That'll do for now. At hazard, this comes from the same site as a scrap of paper and the map I found before. It must have been a frequent travel between the places. It would help us work out and look for in the ancient site. What do I owe you? Nothing. Don't stop stopping by. Place seems quiet. You're the only one keeping me afloat. Okay. So does that mean we have 2 new ancient sites we can get to? See you around, Timor. Don't be a stranger. Come on, 6. We have 1 new artifact to consider. Are you ready to go yet, mistress? Yeah, let's hop out of here. So we left the surface of Elbereth with enough new evidence to find an undiscovered site. Also, that book that he gave us is definitely the book of, like, true names of gates. And I don't know how we, like, access it. Let's start sailing. Already the chalks. Oh, there's another unknown ancient site. We don't have enough to get over there. It looks like that second ancient site did get smaller. I'm guessing we... Oh. This... it up. There we go. Sailing to an unknown ancient site. Either branch at the next junction leads us to where we need to go. The higher left. Want to go left here. I wonder if there will be something up here. Can't like see any. Oh, well, we already missed it. Guess we can go around. Maybe hit up a ruin in here. Good night, Sergeant. Hope you have some good dreams. Only takes us back around. Not particularly good long way, but I guess if you like miss one of the turns for down here, that's a decent enough path back. Just ignore the next branch, mistress. Right. Then we want to go right up here. We're like weirdly listing to the side here. Kind of hard to control. Wonder if that's on purpose? Would assume not. Oh, it does not like a steer there. Path turns left shortly. So should we. I mean, I feel like we could find some like ruins down here. We messed around with it. Let's do a modicum of exploring while we can. Unexplored river to the left. It might head us towards our target. Right. Entered an area of weaker flow once. No ruins or anything around here? Thought this like side branch have stuff in it. Although, oh, is it looks like a stone to the side there. Oh, there is something down there though. Okay. Mistress, there is some kind of ruin some distant way ahead. This ruin appears to date from the ancient times, mistress. I will investigate. I recovered a battered water goddess effigy fashioned from gold. Wonder how long it's been there. And there's an inscription on the base. This is broken off. Okay. Protect. Goddess of. In front of. Done something wrong. Let's not protect. Home. Goddess of. In front of. The translation is clearly incorrect. There must be another possibility. Not home. Just in front of. Goddess? That's a lot of glyphs, but I'm confident that means in front. So what is this? Like person moving. Something in front of. So that's like. That's defend. So like person that defends. Guardian. And this is something that you do in front of the guardian goddess. So maybe kneel? Although it looks. It's kind of like a long thing to be kneel. Maybe banish? Because this is like path. Path hole of something moving person. So maybe this is like no land for something of a moving person. So like banish. Banish in front of the guardian goddess. I'd say it was made on the site we're searching for. We're on the right track. Should make it easier to find where we're looking for. Go to the left up here first. You might explore. You don't want to get lost. The path in the water. Let's go to the left. So the music here being all ethereal is cool and all, but it's also kind of like grating on the ears to just hear like high-pitched tone repeating. Available data suggests the unknown ancient site is around here. Oh, we have like a bunch of different places we can check out. I don't know if we can get over there. Team, we have not been down either of these paths, mission. Stop. Listing. Which way, 6? Well, we're already kind of being pushed this way. So up here should take us to one of the shrines we want to find. Yes. Approach the ruin. The structure has long since fallen apart. There's nothing here. Our additional information has now placed us outside of the search zone mission. We want to get up here if we can. Oh, we can't. That one like disappear? Oh, that one appeared as well. Okay. Range. I mean, we kind of know where they are. If we can like get around to them. I feel like this might be a one-way river to the unknown site. Yeah, it looks like it's taking us directly there with no other outlets. Unfortunately, I guess the only way we could have gotten up there is if we had like gone over here. But then there was no way to get these two because these two lead directly over here. It's kind of strange. I guess you can only get 2 of them no matter like what you do. Unless there's some way to like loop back around to up here from over here, in which case maybe you can. I don't know, seems sketchy. Again, I'm running into part of this game where I'm like, okay, but like, how was I supposed to know that unless I took this one very specific route, I was gonna miss like half of the clues we could pick up on this sail? Yeah, like there's literally no outlet other than going straight to this site. There's something here. Let's see what's down there. An unknown ancient site. The oldest site I've found. Ooh,
We made
this
our
one's a
way
forest.
between ancient clustered trees. The air seemed to hang from their branches, dank and heavy, like wet cloth.
This is remarkable, mistress. This place is thriving. What are we expecting to find here? What lies in the heart of a forest? Water, mistress. Cold. Mist. Not seen mist like this since Mercy. Hope I'm not walking in circles. I mean, I kind of want to walk in circles because I'm looking for any, like, interaction points where I could find inscriptions or something. You wouldn't get stuck in a bush, will you? I will pick my way forward somehow, mistress. And please try not to trip over your own feet. Well, it looks like there's nothing in this first stretch. The game does like to lecture at times. Yeah. There's a way down through here. Is this a path? The path suggests people, and there's no one here. There must have been people here once. Here's something to look at. That's interesting. Here. Carved marks, grooves, in the stone under the moss, overlapping like scales on a snake. Tracks? From some kind of enormous stone-grinding creature? They would be from the blade of a whatever tool dug this canyon, though I cannot think of anything capable of carving to that scale. I think this canyon was dug, naturally. Emptiness creates plains, not wandering canals. The rivers wind. Water does. Really, mistress, water cannot carve a canyon. Even a simple dam can hold it back. 6. Let me tell you the story of this giant hole in the ground in the middle of a place called Nevada. This place feels ancient somehow, even if there isn't anything here. So quiet and still. I detect endless movement, mistress. Leaves, insects, peaceless. We're not the first to come this way. Look, something's been scratched into the rocks and highlighted by the moss. This is one end of a fractured fragment. Water hoppers. I'm sure my translation for hoppers is correct now. Boom. So this is work. What does this mean? Does it mean like mine? Water hopper's mind? Wouldn't be believe, and it wouldn't be... Oh, it might be... I don't think it would be... Either be activated or mine. I think it would be mine. Although... Ugh, I don't know. Let's start with mine. Water hopper's mine. What's a water hopper? Was someone draining this moon? Lush enough. A feasible theory, mistress. We know that long-distance hoppers are possible. Heard something moving. In the trees? Most likely, mistress. Broken planks. Almost entirely overgrown, but not quite. They've been worked. Joints together with nails and screws. Shaped, planed, retrieved, lacquered. Parts of a ship of some kind. Perhaps. But it does not resemble any ship we've seen before. So it's old. Perhaps. Or perhaps it's something else entirely. Cannot imagine a boat of this size catching the wind effectively.
I brushed away dirt and scraped away the moss.
There's something here. A shard of a crystal charm made to resemble a circle. It looks like something from the earliest days of the nebula. Found artifacts originating from the same place as before. The book, the piece of the hull, the compass, originating from Heaven's Vault itself, perhaps. Does this mean the place linked to Heaven's Vault, perhaps directly? The marker didn't include an inscription on the jewel. I think this comes from the same site as the book and the piece of the hull we found. It should help us locate it. And there's more symbols here. This one is a broken fragment from a longer phrase. A water garden. Water garden. Does that tell us what this place is? I don't think it does. Nothing behind the tree. Cannot imagine such a ship surviving the roughs of space, mistress, but from the decoration, I would say this boat has been in water. Oh, so this is like a boat, not a like space boat. I wonder how far this forest stretches. The whole moon, mistress. Look, an apple bristling with mold. You've got a real thing against life, haven't you, Six?
The trees parted into a clearing around a listing statue.
By all the wake in waters. Nice to see a familiar face. So I wonder if all of the statues, like the 6 gods, are resemblances of these larger statues with like sentient eyes and things in them that are like machine gods. All this life going on without knowing how. An inscription. There's an inscription here. This one is a fractured fragment from an even longer phrase. Nebula gives water for goddess. The goddess gives water for the nebula. Finished. That fits with the other inscription we found. The place must have been some kind of shared source, a aquifer. Look at her podium. Couldn't be more different than the setting of Marcy, although perhaps the shape of this one is made to match this. More like the ramps and panels of the serpent's eye. Something of a mechanism. Perhaps you are suggesting it rotated, mistress, so she could look around. Shards of glass at her feet, and the hole is going down into the mechanism. Whatever this was, it's filled in with dirt. A lamp, perhaps? Could be. Certainly gloomy between all of these trees. Ori would love this thing. He'd want to take it apart, bolt by bolt. Is that what she did with your third robot, mistress? There's another glass disc on this side. This one's intact. Reminds me of something we've seen before. I can just remember what. Strange thing. Glass is warm. Curious. Perhaps I could take a closer look, mistress. As you wish. I've got it. It's a hopper. This is what carved message we found earlier was about. The water hopper. The hopper of the water goddess. Firing up to somewhere. Not only that, mistress, it's still working. It's radiating at this moment. Can I use this hopper? Go wherever it's going? Might go all the way to the heavens vault. This hopper is directed at something underground. Even if you could make it down there, the signal from this hopper, it points towards Eox. So this place is hoppering something to Eox, but what? Something underground? I mean, it's definitely gonna be water. But seriously, places where Eox gets its water from? And if I were to shut this place down, please, mistress, I do not like to consider it. If the people on Elbreth knew, Six, honestly, I don't think they'd hesitate. They'd shut it down and then trade water for work in the fields. And I do not suggest we tell them, and I shall personally inform the earliest convenience. And the ancients who built this place set the water goddess here to look after it. Who knows? Perhaps once the same setup. Something over here. There's a third disc here. So only one of these hoppers is still intact. Where does this one point? I am unsure, mistress. Somewhere we did not find, perhaps? Glass disc we saw must have worked to hopper the water away. They were all blocked, so it's got nowhere to go. So where was this hopper to? Presumably, so, mistress? Blocked now by the dirt and forest detritus, but curiously angled. There is nothing in this direction. You're at the edge of the nebula already. This hopper was aimed to nowhere? This hopper's source. I can only describe it as saying it points to somewhere beyond. It would seem to direct away from the nebula itself to somewhere yet undiscovered. Perhaps to Heaven's Vault. There's warmth here. Not much, but a little. Maybe this one is working underneath the dirt as well. The eye this hopper transmits to must likely a wellspring. Definitely warm down there. I think. There. Is anything happening? Perhaps, mistress. A very faint flow upwards. Something maybe in the skies. But you can't be sure? Almost undetectable. Oh, so I see what we'd have to do. We'd have to, like, cover the hoppers everywhere else. It needs more water. We'd have to cover the hoppers to the other places to be able to discover where this one goes to. And that would deprive the other moons. Mistress, surely we cannot be correct. The wellsprings cannot surely all be fed by other water springs? The water and air must originate somewhere. I suppose you're right. Some well springs must be primary, others secondary. Feels like the goddess is looking at me. Or looking at the spot, maybe? There's something around here. Strangely enough, mistress. There is something under the dust here. One moment. Blessed the goddess. A hatchway. Let's see. Here, along the side. There's a few words in this one. Slaves. Wait. Waters of. Mistress, this translation is clearly incorrect. There must be another phrasing. Not water waits of, like something slave. It's like truth follow person. The master. Overseer of the water waits below. Master of waters waits below. A master? Who would be the master of this place? So the hatch, it's an access panel to an underground reservoir. Robots could go down and clear it if it became blocked, and most likely a robot was positioned inside. There's something like behind here as well, before we go down there. Perhaps the site was entirely underwater. Perhaps the boat was what was used to travel to the surface. And someone harvested the water using hoppers, and that system has been working ever since. Eox itself relies on it. Over time, 2 of the discs failed and the water level built up, enough to saturate the soil and allow the forest to grow. There's something here. Stones? No. Shells. But how did they get here? Perhaps the ancient used shells for currency. Is that an absurd idea? Not absurd, but any currency which can be grown is unlikely to work well. I don't like that this game is like incentivizing us to commit a war crime. There must be a way to get this open. There's no hole, no lock, nothing. Any ideas, Six? You could step back, mistress. Well then. Indeed, there are connections here that fit. The mechanism is similar to those in the mining camp, the serpent's eye crater. There. How did you open that hatch? It was designed for me, for a robot. I opened it as you might open a door with an unusual handle. But I did recognize the design. There are symbols inside this hatch, but it isn't ancient. It's some kind of diagram, lines and nodes. I don't know what it is. A diagram of the moons fed by this place? Wires and cables for a machine? Several sites, all recording the rivers from different viewpoints, all recording one particular spot. And Janik stumbled upon it. Can't make anything out, just darkness. If the name the pigs gave me is the name of Renba's vault, it must come from something Amir saw in that serpent city, unless the pigs really can see the future. Pigs, mistress, I assume I have heard you incorrectly. This is an entrance. There must be a way down safely. If the entrance was indeed for robots, I would anticipate a ramp. You could try jumping in, and always hopper out again. Hoppers act on line of sight, mistress. The hatch is not looking at anything. What happens if a hopper signal is blocked? The connection no longer exists, therefore transfer does not occur. Whatever might have been relocated is not. It builds up. Then what, 6? If the water has nowhere to go, perhaps it goes up. It might become a river. So this is saying, like, the only way to get outside the nebula is to, like, deprive... The scope Remba found in the burned boat led him to this hideout. The scope he found there might have led him on this to explode. Only there was a way to find out where he was going. Triangulation, or something. The data is indeed thin. What would help? More telescopes, mistress. A triangulation requires 3 or more points. We assume the scope aboard the ship was bound for or taken from somewhere near Elbreth. Just wait, mistress. So we need this ancient site, I think. We can either do that. We can either try to find another ancient site. Spores, mistress. There are mushrooms growing down there. Mushrooms. 6, I'm happy for you. And is the statue covered in mushrooms? No, mistress. Do you like other robots, 6? Not spent much time with them. But you have met some. A few. They've always struck me as rather predictable. Can you remove the glass, 6? Well, I could smash it. but I do not think I could lift it free in one piece. Oh. I don't think smashing it would be good. And leave it be. I don't want to break this thing and dry up Ixo by mistake. But I do have friends with other robots. That's what you mean. You other robots might help you understand yourself. There's nothing to understand. Mistress, I do not wish to discuss this further. Really? Why not? I appreciate your understanding, Mistress. Thank you. Was that it, Mistress? We believe this place is connected to Heaven's Vault. Wait, do I have to commit war crimes? Is there like no other option? We could collect one promising artifact here. We have discovered enough to exactly locate one location. Seems that place is linked to Heaven's Vault itself. I'd like to activate the hopper now. Not yet. It said... said that we had one more artifact to collect. Mistress? Yes, 6. I have a result, Mistress. Have you finished a calculation? The triangulation of the telescope Master Renba found, assuming they were recording devices transmitting data to each other, assuming they were positioned deliberately to cover a particular sector of the nebula from all angles, while maintaining a line of sight to that central source, Mistress, I believe I have found Renba's observatory. Evidently, it is far further than we have ever been. How far is this observatory, 6? Significantly further than air tanks of the Nightingale would allow, Mistress. Oh. Like out there. 6 has triangulated the number of telescopes. We've pinpointed the location of the cloud. The great distance, the darkness, Remba's ghost, or is the size of Heaven's Vault. It's always, over the centuries, new artifacts. But without a river to sail on the journey to the site, could find this site. What do robots know, 6? When they're activated, I mean. Most things, Mistress. They are not unlike human children. They talk and move fluidly. Wait, so are we done with this now? I'm unclear as to like what we're supposed to be doing from here on out. They don't know history. They don't know who built them. No, Mistress. At least I do not. Yeah, it doesn't seem like we have to cover it. There must be another way to get there. I don't think it would force us to dry up the moons. Something someone said to me. Perhaps they were thinking to an ethical core. Nothing back here. Robots know ethics, speech, but nothing that only they know. Perhaps robots once knew more than they know now. Are you ready to go yet, mistress? Do it. Stand by, mistress. Okay. And so we left the lonely forest and its goddess. With newfound knowledge, the location of the possible site of Heaven's Vault. We have no idea how to get to Heaven's Vault. Curious. The rivers here are not quite as they were, mistress. There's a very faint new flow. From the hopper I cleared out? It is hard to say for sure, mistress. Where does it go? Away. Somewhere distant. The Heaven's Vault? I do not know, mistress, but surely it must be. A new river. Not a river, a trickle. Maybe we can come back here later? Let's take to the river. Oh, prepare the sheets, mistress. So where can we go? Six has triangulated the network, the site of Heaven's Vault. Pinpointed location, great distance. Right, we still can't go there. Wait, now our only option is to go to Elbereth? Okay, I guess we have to sail. Sailing to Elbereth and Eagle's Pass. There are new rivers to the right. But I think they will lead us to our target. Perhaps we might explore. Don't... But if we just keep going right... Like, this isn't super taking us towards... Like, we're getting kind of close to Heaven's Vault doing this. Yeah, the rivers are like really choppy and making us run around. I guess that must be on purpose. Although it's a little weird. Water's above. Whoa. Where are we? Oh, this is like fitting us out up here. There are new waters to the right. We've still never been to Rennyaki. I believe they will lead us to our destination. I wonder if maybe that's someplace we had to like get special dialogue to go to. Another rapid. This whole area is wild. I wonder if that's just like a location that you can never get to. That would seem kind of weird, but like would also sort of make sense. Like in a we have no reason to ever go that way kind of thing, but it does exist. So it's kind of like just filler for the kind of world map. On the plus side, it seems like this whole area is freely explorable. Like we can go back to this aquifer again, which I'm guessing means eventually we can like maybe figure out a way to not deprive the world of water, but we might have to. I guess if we only cover the hopper, we could wait for the water to build up and make a river to go to the new area, and then like when we get back we could just uncover it. Like not have to permanently close it off. Yeah, I think if we broke it, we'd have just permanently destroyed all the water going to Eox, which then would have like destroyed Eox probably. The structure is barely intact, mistress. There's nothing here to find. Okay. Also, we got to make sure like never to tell anyone else about the moon with hoppers of water. It's just there's a piece of debris approaching on the right up ahead. Oh, we missed that one. Okay, we can probably get it if we circle back around. From over there. Want to go up here. Want to go to the left. Up this river. Like through here somehow. Oh, wait, what? Oh, I guess we'd have to go down around there. Okay. Where does that come? Oh, that comes from over there, but it was on like the wrong side of the screen? That's strange. By the wind. Here. Structure's long since fallen apart. The rivers have stripped this place clean. Ugh, nothing there either. What about here? Or here. Structure is barely intact. There's nothing here. Or are all these just completely empty? Path turns right shortly, so should we. Going left. Oh, there's a wreck over there. We go like all the way back around to hit it. Dang. Where does this take us? Going left. Now we can follow this around. Yeah, this is definitely like an end game area. All the rivers here are like super finicky with a tiny like margin of error. We're here, mistress. Structure is long since fallen. Nothing here. Oh my god. Is like literally everything here empty? That stinks. We have to like loop all the way around for this. No, wait, we can just go to the right. This takes us up here and then around here. If we get lost, I'm blaming you. Nothing here either. Dang. So I guess... yeah, we can't go back to any of the previous places. So unless we can get back to that ancient spot... don't think we have much of a choice how to get any. Maybe we can pick up an extra item. From Tamir? There must also be a way to hopper to Heaven's Vault. Like, the doors can take us anywhere. Seems so strange that... Seems so strange that we can't get there with one of the doors. So I guess, again, we don't know the names for anything. I guess is the biggest hurdle. Oof. Curtain. Robot I met in the Hideout Moon 6. It said something strange. Yes, mistress? It said great darkness was coming. Okay, it did not say that for us. We did not ask that question. I have no idea. Master Renba did not lose his life out there without some cause. Oh wait, no, I was thinking of the god robot. No, the robot on the Hideout Moon did say the darkness was coming, but that was like Renba's voice coming out of 6. 6, take us through. Now we gotta get... Tell me you do not intend to sell the crown. God, I wonder if the crown would be the thing that we have to sell to him to get the location of the last place. That would be, like, real cruel. Come in. Show an artifact. Found a few items you might be interested in. Oh, yes? Book made on an ancient site, maybe? Ancient book covered in algebraic symbols. Your standards are slipping. Ah, well, I might be able to do something with that. I have something of a similar period, I think. Now then. Silver telescope embossed with a bird's wing. An heirloom, maybe? Has that look to it. Something that was old even when it was used. There's something etched between the feathers. Is this our third telescope? For every... something opens. Every wall? I'd hazard that it comes from the same place as the book and the scrap of paper I found here before. Must have been a common travel between those two places. This should help us work out where the ancient site is. So you've inspected the goods, telescope for your book covered, and algebraic symbols. Have a deal. What a fine piece. Picked up a few more items that you might be interested in. Oh yes? Should we keep the crystal's charm in case it's useful on Heaven's Vault? Because it might help us open something over there. Do you have anything else to show him? Maybe the book made on Heaven's Vault? Although, you know, we also just like know where Heaven's Vault is, so I feel like that doesn't even matter. Like we know where it is. We just can't get there. Is the problem. Not yet. I do want to check in on our friend again. Like, we tab out. Like, we know where the vault is. We've pinpointed location, great distance in the darkness. Like, we just don't have a way to get over there. We are literally never getting back the crystal from her, huh? You ready to go now? Yeah. We can go to the last ancient site now. And maybe with the coordinates for the last ancient site, we can go back to the moon afterwards and do something with that. Aboard the Nightingale. We should sell to Eox and tell Miari what we've seen. We are never going back to Eox. There's too much going on. Again, and we've never been over to Renaki. I wonder if there was like ever a way to get over there before. An ancient site in the wastes. Ooh. That's ominous. We can travel down here with 6? Okay. Way from here is through unknown waters. The Verdant Path. Helps that it's a beautiful sort of desolation. Yeah, it's like... how to describe it? It's like liminal. Like there's nothing there, but there's also like so much to just look at. I love that we keep using the auto nav and it takes us like 5 feet down the road because we haven't seen any of this stuff before. Where would left would take us kind of into the right area, but I guess probably not on a like good course. Disregard the next turn. That would take us like over into here, I guess. Like no outlet. I guess unless like this connects up to something. Could spend hours just wandering here for sure. Yeah, and like that's kind of why I want like an epilogue / new game plus feature where you can just like roll around here infinitely. I saw something on the water's edge. It's gone now. Oh, there's something down there. I don't think we'll ever... Can we get... Yeah, we can get around there without too much trouble. But yeah, you said that there's not really a, like, free roam option post-game. Our route goes to the right shortly. Oh, there's another shipwreck here. A wreck. Shipwreck from the earliest days of the Nebula, mistress. Just wait. I found a leather-bound book filled with indecipherable characters floating there. Mine appears to have some markings. True. What is... This book tells true. And my translation for true. Must be story. Book tells true story. I think it comes from the same source as the telescope in the book we found earlier. Got a lot of leads on that ancient site now. Should make the location easier to find. Take the next left up ahead. And now we want to go right. Yeah. Saw some kind of structure by the bank. We're not stopping for it now. Structure has long since fallen apart. There's nothing there. Okay. Okay, 6. Plot a course. At least they haven't all been misses. Yeah, we found a couple of them, which is nice. I wonder if it's like when we get late enough in the game, the site appears to date from the ancient times, mistress. It'd only take a few moments. Brass sextant. Must have come from somewhere nearby. Since like we've been to like here and both of these and this already and like down here, if all of the sites that were formerly had hints to get to all these different places are gone, like that would kind of make sense to me. Like there's nothing useful for you to find in any of those areas, so it's now just like missing. Because, like, we can't return to any of the old stops. So, like, there would be no reason to find new stuff on how to get to them. Path turns left shortly, mistress. So should we. This is all blown out. I wish when we got into these areas we had like a better map of them. Region has less flow. Go left up ahead. Well, there's something. A ruin. Guess it's from the earliest days of the nebula. I'll investigate. Found a page from a book. Most likely came from somewhere close by. The paper seems to be marked. One is several words. Read me and fire. Under. Wait. I believe you are correct with fire, mistress. So this was part of stay. Maybe sit. Sit by the fire and read me. A nice little message. I think it originates from the site we're after. It must be near there. Should make the site we're looking for easier to find. You will need to turn right. There is an unexplored river to the left, which I believe will also lead us to our target. Wait, this is just going to wrap us all the way back around. Oh. Why did it say... Guess we could go... I don't know, it looks like that leads us all the way back around to here. You want to go to the right up ahead. Here's another shipwreck. Shipwreck. Shipwreck from ancient times. Wait. Recovered a silver compass engraved with the depiction of a snake. Wonder how long it's been out there. Looks like there's some carved symbols on the side. Oh, that's like close to goddess. Goddess, hold this. Thing? Property of being like safety? Yeah, we got a root word there. Something. You which like person metal? Maybe thing? Eternity? Eternity, hold this thing. No, it can't be thing because the other word is thing. This must be it, maybe? Like person and indefinite? Like it, you don't know what it is? Eternity, hold this thing. Something. Something. So this is beyond. What would be beyond but without time? Like before? Because that would be like beyond is far away and before is like traveling a distance without time. So like moving forward one step. Before as in previously, but not opposite beyond. Yeah. This is like right. So this is like concept. This is praise. This is like the concept of speaking something. Maybe the concept of speaking memory. Because pilgrim is like person on the concept of movement from a place. And then this is like goddess. The person movement towards the goddess. Then what would be like a concept of goddess would seems like it would just be eternity. Or maybe memory? The concept of like God be a memory? Remember to hold this thing. As if you maybe use? Trinity, hold this thing. Maybe as if you use it. Remember to hold this thing flat as you use it. It's like instructions. Remember to hold this. Remember to hold this flat as if you use it. Do you think that's it? Remember, hold this thing flat as if you use it. I don't know. I'd say before. Oh, maybe you're right. Remember to hold this flat before you use it. Yeah, that makes sense. We're so seemingly late in the game. It's hard to know like how we're gonna verify what any of the words mean, because we need to find like other objects that also contain the words to like get the eureka moment that let us check what it is. And I don't know if we'll be able to find which ones do what. I'm guessing we don't actually need to explore. We don't need to like 100% the language like we did with Chants of Sinar. Otherwise, we'd actually be able to like guess some of the words that we don't have access to. Some distance away up ahead, a structure of some sort. The ruin here appears to date from ancient times. Should only take a few moments. I found an inked nebula chart just lying there. Doesn't have a drawing annotation of the flow. I think it comes from a place we're after. Must be getting close. Would make the exact spot we're currently hunting easier to find. This place keeps getting smaller as we find more random stuff. And it's annoying me because it's like, oh, we're almost in the area. Nope, we're like another 12 rivers from it. I guess it would narrow down anyways, but it's just like, we were so close, and yet so far. Want to go to the river to the left? Need more information before we determine the word for almost. Oh, and now we're going to be into a big rapid. I'm guessing this is going to take us like right to the area we need to be in. Oh wow, it is fighting us again. Oh wait, what? Oh, we have to go down this way and around to it? Oh, that is annoying. Why did it take us this direction if... I guess we had to go all the way around to get... Wait, but no, we could... We could have just gone left and gotten like right there. Oh, that's... That's a bit annoying. Well, I guess it uncovered another ruin for us. A wreck. Guess it dates from the earliest days of the nebula. I will investigate. Recovered a battered brass sextant carved in a ship motif. Wonder how long it's been there. Casing has something on it. One is a broken piece from an even longer phrase. Sail. Not your... Remember the sail. Like, and... Wait, no, that's again. You... Wait, no. Your... I believe remember... Remember to sail... Something your... going to the right would just be a big loop all the way around where we've been before, and it would probably just take us to a site that we already know. It says the route is straight ahead, but I think it actually is to the right and then to the left. Oh, I guess going to the left would have taken us to the same area. A region of minor flow once more. Peace. Now this should take us right to what we're looking for, I think. I believe the ancient should be somewhere nearby. Just want to keep to the left because that's the infinitely shorter path. Looks like this is the end. What's on the other side of this river? Yeah. If we go around this entire solar system, we will eventually get back to where we want to go. There's something ahead. I will activate the hopper now. Must be the oldest site yet.
Open sands and deathly silence.
Oh, it's just like another tiny ass house. Okay.
This place was so old, even the ghosts had died.
6. I don't feel right. Evidently, it is the air here, mistress. There is not enough. You will feel dizzy, lightheaded, and nauseous. You will eventually pass out. What can I do? Move quickly. Talk less. Okay. Oh. I believe that is where we will leave off for tonight. And we will try to finish this location and get to the vault next time and finish off this game. Thanks everyone for coming out. Captain, Loaf, Sergeant, even Glue Bar lurking for a while. Hope everyone had a good night. Have some sweet dreams. I will see you all next time. Bye bye.